Senate will come to order. Chairman Dr. Black opened the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, as flags fly at half-staff throughout our nation to honor Senator Lindsey Graham, we give thanks to you for his life and for his years of public service. Lord, we remember with gratitude his commitment to the responsibilities entrusted to him and the many ways he sought to serve the people of this country. Give comfort, strength, and peace to his family, friends, colleagues, and all who mourn his passing. Surround them with your presence in the days ahead and remind them of the hope that endures even in the midst of grief. May this time of remembrance inspire us to value service over self-interest, compassion over division, and hope over despair. O Lord, support us all the day long until the shadows lengthen and the evening comes, and the world is hushed, and the fever of life is over, and our work is done. We pray in the name of him who said, I am the resurrection and the life. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Matthew A. Schwartz of New York to be United States Circuit Judge for the Second Circuit.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa is recognized.
It's a sad day for all of us in the Senate, and particularly those that are very, very close to Lindsey Graham, and that would be most senators and obviously his staff. So I'd like to take a moment to honor the life of our fellow senator, Lindsey Graham. We were shocked by the sad news yesterday of his untimely death. Senator Graham was a devoted public servant force in Air National Guard, as well as being elected office. Senator Graham was a very forceful and quick-witted presence in every room that he entered. His warm nature made everyone his friend, and I feel blessed to be one of them. A few feet from right here is the Senate cloakroom. Frequently, Senator Graham would hold court there, and in holding court, he was making every senator laugh, no matter what the challenge we were dealing with on that particular day. He was infectious in the way he told a story, and of course, there was always a punchline. I was no stranger to being the butt of his jokes. Senator Graham loved to tell people how frugal I was, and that if I were ever to open my billfold, dust and moss would come out of it. I don't know how many times I've heard that. Senator Graham always brought a smile to your face and levity to the halls of Congress. Senator Graham was no stranger to my home state of Iowa, as its first in the nation for presidential elections in the year 2016, when he announced he was going to run for president. I had the privilege of showing him around a time or two during his campaign for president, and he was a fan of the good people of my state of Iowa, identifying with our shared values of hard work, of faith, and genuine care for one another. I also worked closely with Senator Graham on the Senate budget and judiciary committees, and we worked together for decades. He was a coveted ally on legislation, and as chairman of those committees, he was always fair and he was always productive. From Supreme Court confirmations to criminal justice reform and border security, having Senator Graham in your corner was a great asset. He will be remembered for his many accomplishments as a national figure for the Republican Party. Senator Graham deeply loved his country. He was a bold leader, an impassioned national security hawk. He spoke his mind, as we all know, and we all know that he had the capability and the desire to work across the aisle. He was at the center of some of the most famous deal-making groups in the past 30 years. He loved the Senate as an institution, and his hardworking staff was like family to him. Most importantly, he dutifully served the people of South Carolina, and his roots ran strong through him every day of his life. Barbara and I are praying for Senator Graham's family as we all grapple with the loss of the great man. And I think we can show our appreciation for the hard work. It's just 2 days before he passed, he was meeting with Zelensky and was announcing that he was going to move forward with some very putting additional sanctions on Russia because of their invasion of Ukraine. And I think we can show our gratitude and appreciation of Senator Graham by moving that legislation forward. I yield the floor and suggests the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Senate Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask that the unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today with a heavy heart. I look to my right, and I see a desk, which we in the Senate refer to and know as the John Calhoun desk. It's covered with a black shroud, and on that top of that shroud is a bowl of white roses. That, Mr. President, is Lindsey Graham's desk. It's difficult to believe that Lindsey Graham is no longer here with us, that we won't run into him at a media day or share a joke with him at this afternoon's vote. The halls of the Senate already feel empty without him. And I know I'm not alone in that feeling. He was a friend to so many of us on both sides of the aisle. And I know that I'm not the only one who finds it difficult to imagine the Senate without Lindsey Graham. Mr. President, the events of Lindsey's life have been well documented over the past couple of days. His humble beginnings in South Carolina, sharing a single room with the rest of his family behind his family's bar. His guardianship of his younger sister, Darlene, after the untimely death of their parents. His long service in the Air Force, the South Carolina Air National Guard, and the Air Force Reserve. His career in politics, first as a member of the South Carolina House of Representatives, then as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, where I served with him for 6 years, and then in the Senate, where he was just completing his 4th term. In the Senate, Lindsey distinguished himself as a staunch conservative and a fierce advocate for South Carolina, but also as someone who was willing to work across the aisle to find common ground and to reach solutions. A lawyer by trade, he served as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee from 2019 to 2021, where he helped confirm a Supreme Court justice and numerous federal judges, the kind of judges who believe in following the law and the Constitution instead of legislating policy from the bench. Most of all, of course, Mr. President, Lindsey was known for his national security and foreign policy work. There was no bigger believer in America's role in the world. He was confident that the United States could be a force for good, and he gave everything he had to ensuring that we would be. He was a friend and defender of freedom-loving peoples all over the world. He stood with the Ukrainian people in their fight against Russian aggression, and he died with his boots on, having just returned from a trip to Ukraine, his 10th. He believed fiercely in the importance of a strong national defense in ensuring that our country and our military men and women were always prepared to deter and defeat any threat. But while there was always a lot made of his support for American hard power, he was also a big believer in the use of soft power, economic, diplomatic, and political solutions to the world's problems. I was fortunate to travel with him all over the world, including to Israel after Hamas's October 7th attack. And I saw firsthand the work that he did to promote American security and the security of freedom-loving peoples around the globe. And of course, I don't need to tell anyone in this body that Lindsey was fearless in his commitment to the causes that he espoused. It didn't matter to him whether he would catch flack on an issue. He was undaunted by the politics if he believed he was right on the principle. Senator, warrior, patriot, statesman. Words that will be written about Lindsey. But for me, most of all, Mr. President, he was my friend. Without friends, Aristotle said, no one would choose to live, although he had all other goods. And it's difficult to count the ways in which Lindsey's friendship made this job richer and its burdens lighter. Lindsey was as loyal as they come and a trusted advisor. I could always rely on him for straight-talking advice. He never minced words or pulled punches. I could also rely on him for a steady flow of humor and encouragement. He always could make me laugh, always. In the last couple of years, he came to South Dakota twice, and twice we sat on the deck and watched the sun go down on Lake Oahe. A familiar scene to me, but new to him. And as the stars came out, you could see the Milky Way overhead, and you could hear coyotes howling and rooster pheasants cackling down below. Lindsey's wit punctuated all of it, and I will cherish those memories for a long time to come. Mr. President, if there is any light to be found in this grief, it is this: that as a Christian like Lindsey, I know that death is not the end. The Apostle Paul writes, and I quote, "Brothers and sisters, we do not want you to be uninformed about those who sleep in death, so that you do not grieve like the rest of mankind who have no hope. For we believe that Jesus died and rose again, and so we believe that God will bring with Jesus those who have fallen asleep in him," end quote. Or as another Graham once put it, and I quote, "Someday you will read or hear that Billy Graham is dead. Don't you believe a word of it. I shall be more alive than I am now. I will just have changed my address. I have gone into the presence of God." End quote. I will miss Lindsey's friendship, Mr. President, more than I can say. We pray for his staff and for his family, whom he loved dearly and who loved him dearly in return. But I am comforted by the knowledge that in the end, he has just changed his address. And that one day, Mr. President, we will laugh together again. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call? No? Thank you. Mr. President, last week I joined several of my colleagues from the Senate and the House at the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey. It was an historic meeting in terms of the future of NATO and the future of Ukraine and so many other issues that relate to that critical and important alliance. Last Wednesday, we had a dinner hosted by the U.S. Ambassador to Turkey, Tom Barak. There must have been 50 or 60 people there, all shared the concerns of the summit conference. Among them were members of Congress, Turkish leaders, and representatives of other countries around the world who'd come to that famous summit. At the heart of that dinner was my colleague and friend, Senator Lindsey Graham. When I arrived that night, it was no surprise that he had been there before me and had been working the crowd, speaking to each and every person who was there, business leader, political leader from all parts of the world, about his concerns. Lindsey was walking them through, one at a time, his vision on how we could end the war in Ukraine and the legislation we needed to accomplish that. Typical of Lindsey Graham. We all shared that concern, but he was buzzing around that crowd like an aspiring candidate to convince everybody that there was a way to end this war the right way. Mr. President, only a few days after that dinner, my friend Lindsey Graham passed away. It was a shock. I would like to take a moment to recognize his lifetime of public service, both in the state of South Carolina and our nation. I served with Lindsey Graham in the Senate for more than 2 decades, and during that time, I counted him as a trusted friend. I will tell you, Mr. President, that my friends and supporters back in Illinois many times would just shake their head and say, Durbin, what are you doing with Lindsey? You shouldn't be working with him. They didn't know how the Senate works, and they certainly didn't know him. Lindsey, for many years, was the only Republican willing to co-sponsor the DREAM Act, a bill that I introduced over 20 years ago and reintroduced in successive Congresses, providing protection to undocumented immigrants brought to this country as children. His support took guts. At a time when issues surrounding immigration were becoming politically toxic, Lindsey stuck his neck out for me and for these young people. I will never, ever forget it. I'll also never forget a meeting that Lindsey and I had with President Trump in his first term in 2018. It was a meeting to discuss a possible comprehensive immigration reform package. It didn't go well at all. President Trump made what I consider to be profane comments about some immigrants, and I won't repeat them here. Lindsey, sitting next to me in the Oval Office, passionately, vocally, and with real commitment, disagreed with the president, arguing that America is not defined by race or color, but by its ideals and many contributions that immigrants have made to our nation. He said to the president, as I sat right next to him in the Oval Office, "You're just wrong. These people that are immigrants make a difference in America. It's the story of our country," and Lindsey said it was the story of his family. Lindsey spoke publicly about this interaction after it occurred, and despite the scorn that he earned from certain segments of the Republican base, he stuck to what he believed was right. When I happened to become the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee for 4 years, Lindsey Graham was my ranking Republican, sitting right next to me every session of that committee. We had our share of disagreements on issues and nominees, but I knew that his word was always good. If he told me he was going to vote something for something or some person, he did. He delivered. And we had a good working relationship between us. No cheap shots, no stabs in the back. He voted in favor of 75% of the judicial nominations that we considered while I was chair. and there were 235 lifetime appointments that came out of that committee. Even though they were nominated by a president from a political party, he announced early on that if I expect Democrats to vote for Republican nominees, I have to support Democratic nominees to show the same spirit of cooperation. And he did. He kept his word. That was who Lindsey was. He was proud to be a fierce Republican partisan, but he never lost sight of the need to work across the aisle to make a difference in the lives of Americans. Loretta and I send our condolences to Lindsey's family and his legion of friends in South Carolina and around the world. He was an extraordinary member of the Senate. He helped to make it work. There was never any bipartisan meeting of a gang, or however you characterize it, that Lindsey wasn't in the ranks. I remember when John McCain and he led the Republican side in an immigration reform effort. I was part of that on the Democratic side. After months, literally months of negotiating, we brought a package to the floor which passed with an overwhelming bipartisan vote to show that we can do things like that, and we should still be able to. But for those things to occur, it's not just a matter of a good idea. You need good people who are willing to be respectful of one another and to work hard to find common ground. Lindsey was one of those people. As I noted, our trip last week to Turkey was an effort to discuss some of the war and peace issues of our time. Lindsey knew the stakes at play in Ukraine and the importance of standing up to Russian tyranny. This topic was top of mind for all those who attended the NATO summit, which concluded in Turkey last week. I attended the summit with a bipartisan group of senators, including Senators Jeanne Shaheen, Mike Rounds, Chris Coons, and Congressman Mike Turner. Senator Graham joined us as part of the visit as well. With the war in Ukraine entering its 5th bloody year, the timing of this event was important as tides begin to turn in Ukrainian favor. Not only did Ukraine repel the initial invasion by one of the world's largest armies, it is increasingly showing progress in winning this conflict. Russia has been unable to seize additional land and is suffering staggering losses that no political leader can sustain for a war of folly. Ukraine has also increasingly taken the conflict to Russia, weakening its energy and military infrastructure, and turning Russian public opinion against this war in Ukraine. Unlike Russia, Ukraine is careful not to strike civilian targets. I'm happy to report from the NATO summit that the alliance remains determined to see Ukraine defend itself from Russia. Most of the 32-member bloc, formed from the ashes of World War II, have notably increased their defense spending. They are contributing more funding, equipment, and personnel, and are reminding one another of their commitment and importance of this historic alliance. I was glad that President Trump attended the summit. He and President Obama were right to push our allies to pay more of their fair share for the cost of NATO. But President Trump's constant rhetoric belittling the alliance and dreams of conquering Greenland and other follies have been ill-timed, boorish, and counterproductive. They send exactly the wrong message to President Putin about America's resolve and commitment. They put countries such as the Baltic states and Poland at even greater risk of future Russian aggression. Already, Putin is testing the alliance through sabotage, hybrid attacks, misinformation, and assassination. And with the war turning against Russia, Putin may lash out further. This is not the time for President Trump to show Putin any weakness. So I was heartened by the incredible solidarity and resolve on full display at the NATO summit. Quite simply, NATO is alive and well, as is allied support for Ukraine. Congress continues to show strong bipartisan support for NATO, including through funding, troop-level requirements, and the Baltic Security Initiative. But we can do more, notably helping Ukraine with desperately needed air defense. We should also continue to keep U.S. troop deployment as part of the NATO effort in frontline NATO member states. And we can, at long last, pass one of the 2 bipartisan Ukrainian bills pending in this chamber, one of them being a sanctions package that Lindsey Graham worked with Senator Blumenthal tirelessly to build support for. I understand that Lindsey had finally arranged for this measure to be introduced even this week. I hope we still go forward with the bill without delay. Lastly, after the NATO summit, we had a chance to visit Hungary, one of our NATO allies. There was a recent election in Hungary that unseated Viktor Orban after 16 years, a period that included democratic backsliding and being a thorn in the side of European efforts to help Ukraine. I want to congratulate the Hungarian people on this peaceful transfer of power and decision to play a more constructive role in European security, including standing with Ukraine. Theirs is a welcome choice that we should support here in the Senate, something I'll do in my remaining time. Mr. President, on a separate subject, last week, President Trump declared that the ceasefire with Iran was over after the United States launched a wave of retaliatory strikes in response to Iran firing on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. I wish I could say I'm surprised by this, but I'm not. President Trump started this war with a genuine destabilizing regime without thinking it through. As I've said over and over again, a cliche which happens to be accurate. It is a lot easier to get into a war than it is to get out of, as we're learning in Iran every day. Iran's response, striking U.S. and allied targets in the region, holding the strait and global economy hostage, were equally foreseeable. The Iranian regime, much like Vladimir Putin in Russia, seems to be repeatedly trying to humiliate the United States and play for time. The original misstep may have occurred even earlier when President Trump withdrew U.S. from the Iran nuclear agreement during his first term. It was a deal that was working to restrain Iran's nuclear ambitions. Now we seem to be floundering back into a much weaker deal, one that bewilderingly includes billions of dollars to help Iran rebuild. I hope wiser heads will prevail, and I look forward to congressional review of any ensuing deal with Iran as required under the Bipartisan Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
The Minority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, my prayers and those of my family are with Senator Graham's family, staff, and friends after his sudden passing yesterday. We see the white roses on his desk, and we think of Lindsey. Senator Graham devoted much of his life to public service, first in the military, then in Congress, where he represented South Carolina for more than 3 decades. To the very end, Senator Graham's life was defined by public service. He was an important member of this institution and a crucial voice for his constituents in South Carolina. For all of our many and vehement disagreements, Senator Graham and I still found ways to work together. One of the first things we did together is travel to China. We both believed that China was manipulating its currency, hurting American exports, hurting American jobs. And together, we hammered away at that issue. At first, neither the left nor right believed us. Amazingly enough, both the New York Times, a liberal publication, the Wall Street Journal, a conservative publication, said there's no such thing as currency manipulation. But Graham and I proved to be correct. And we took some real efforts over the next few years to stop that manipulation and the outflow of American jobs. We worked together and hashed out a framework for common sense, comprehensive immigration reform. The so-called Gang of Eight, led by myself and Senator McCain, and with Lindsey Graham as a key member, we worked hard on it. We didn't agree on everything in our bipartisan immigration proposal, but we agreed it was worth trying because doing nothing was worse. We also found common ground in our effort to aid Ukraine after the Russian invasion. I know if Senator Graham were here in the chamber today, he would also join me in urging the Senate to support Ukraine and strengthen sanctions on Russia. I urge Senator Thune, in honor of Lindsey, to put the Russian sanctions bill on the floor immediately. It will pass overwhelmingly and help our allies in Ukraine. Not seeing eye to eye is no reason to be blind to the way forward. Lindsey could understand that. Every senator ought to do the same. Now on the shutdown. Is it in the right place? Well, somehow Republicans are even in a bigger mess now than when they left Washington 2 weeks ago. It was hard to make things even worse, especially while we're on July 4th recess, but they did. And Donald Trump's the mastermind at making things worse and worse and worse. Just this morning, Donald Trump told Fox and Friends, quote, "Republicans have to terminate the filibuster. It's so insane, otherwise we're going to have a shutdown in September." The Trump shutdown, he's bragging about it, he's predicting it. Republicans have to terminate the filibuster or we will have a shutdown in September, says Donald Trump. So it's clear, it's very clear. I know the senator from Wyoming talks about Democrats wanting a shutdown. Well, you ought to listen to Donald Trump. He's the one who wants it. It's clear if we head towards a shutdown in September, it will be Trump who is responsible. He's telling the American people he wants a shutdown. Oh, Donald, do you remember last time you called for a shutdown when you challenged Nancy Pelosi and I in the Oval Office and told us you wanted a shutdown? Donald, didn't work out too well for you then. It won't work out for you well now either. And to all the Republican senators, including my good friend from Wyoming, who keep insisting that Democrats are hell-bent on shutting down the government, well, they ought to listen to what their own president is saying. Democrats aren't saying we want to shut down. Trump is. Donald Trump is saying the quiet part out loud. He has no issue with shutting down the federal government to force through his radical agenda. If Republicans want to clean up their mess, it will require working with Democrats, not seeing us as partisan foes, but as fellow Americans. Instead, What are Republicans doing? They're advancing a lopsided partisan spending bill that would supersize the budget for Trump's disastrous war with Iran without providing cost relief to working families or reining in Donald Trump's corruption. That's unacceptable. Let's put Republican accusations to rest. Democrats want to fund the government and avoid a shutdown and pass strong bipartisan appropriations bills that improve people's lives. Democrats believe our budget ought to help families make ends meet. Democrats want a budget that invests in bringing down American costs, not one that burns taxpayer dollars on Donald Trump's reckless war. Republicans have plenty of time to drop their my way or the highway partisan game. Most Republicans know how ridiculous the SAVE Act is, how unconstitutional it probably is. But Trump is still insisting on it because he thinks it's the only way he can win an election, and by fixing it, by eliminating tens of millions of people from the voter rolls. And so, he says, unless I get my way, a little temper tantrum here, Donald, I'm going to shut down the government and get something that the American people can see through in a minute, as they can see through the very unpopular SAVE Act. If Republicans follow Trump over the cliff and insist that the government shut down, if they don't get their way, it will be Donald Trump's disaster. On the Blanche nomination, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has spent this confirmation fight doing what he's always done for his client, his number one client, Donald Trump, denying the obvious, defending the indefensible, lying under oath. As Attorney General, your number one client should be the United States of America. But here, Blanche, his number one client, will be Donald Trump, who has no regard for our Constitution, for our values, for the rule of law, for honesty. Blanche's resume reads like a rap sheet. In his time at the Department of Justice, Blanche has helped the administration defy dozens of court orders blocking their illegal policies. Blanche continues to withhold 3 million pages of the Epstein files and lied under oath to Congress about meeting the Epstein survivors, something they deny. Blanche was the mastermind behind, the champion of one of the most despicable acts of corruption ever in the American government, the $2 billion MAGA slush fund to give taxpayer-funded cash payouts to Trump, MAGA billionaires, January 6th insurrectionists. Can you imagine having this guy as Attorney General when he came up with this slush fund and propounded it? One of the most corrupt acts anyone has proposed, any Attorney General, and they want to put him in? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm pleased the federal government rebuked that blatantly corrupt slush fund and sweetheart immunity deal for Trump and his family. But we haven't seen the last of this administration's corruption. Blanche has devoted his career to serving Donald Trump, and particularly his corrupt purposes. Blanche has gone after Trump's enemies, covered up Trump's crimes, and shielded Trump from the consequences. Who does Trump pick in these very important law enforcement officers? People who represented him. People he knows will lie for him. If he becomes Attorney General, Blanche's letterhead might change, but his loyalty to Trump won't. Again, his number one client will be Donald Trump and his lies, not the United States of America. Blanche has already made it clear we can't trust a word that comes out of his mouth. Republicans ought to remember that during the confirmation hearings. On the Iran war, President Trump formally notified lawmakers that the nation is once again at war with Iran. Really? Thanks, Donald. Nobody seemed to know that, did they? Trump's rinse and repeat approach to the Iran war isn't a strategy. It's a recipe for utter disaster. Again, Trump once again gave 60-day notice that the nation is once again at war with Iran. His rinse and repeat approach isn't a strategy, We keep moving backward. Gas prices stay high. Casualties increase. Costs increase. It's incredible what a fiasco this war is. Trump's so-called understanding, a lot of bull, with Iran fell apart faster than the ink could dry. Doesn't tell us what really the understanding means. We hear plenty of things that the Iranians say were agreed to that are not in the understanding, and America suffers. The same old cycle repeats itself over and over again. Trump tells us the war's over. Iran tells us it isn't. The missiles start flying. The ships stop moving. The prices jump. And Trump comes back a short time later and tells us the war's over again. How many more times is this going to go on before Donald Trump realizes he must end this awful war? Does what Trump do come as a surprise, what he's done? No. There's an old saying that no plan survives first contact with the enemy. But Donald Trump didn't even have a plan when he started this war in the first place. The American people are paying the price for Trump's total failure in Iran. Our service members are in harm's way. Working families are forking over a fortune at the gas pump and in the grocery aisle. Americans are sick of seeing Trump burn their tax dollars on his misadventure of epic proportions. Enough is enough. Trump ought to get serious, double down on negotiations to end this war, comply with the bipartisan majorities in both the House and Senate who voted to remove our forces from harm's way and end this war. Yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start by expressing my condolences to the family and loved ones of Lindsey Graham on his sudden passing. While we disagreed more often than not, we were able to work together over the years on a number of key foreign policy issues, including our mutual support for the Syrian Kurds, or the Syrian Democratic Forces, who have been our key partners in the fight against ISIS. And I will discuss our work on that and other matters at another time. On the matter before us today, I'm sure we would disagree. Madam President, I rise in strong opposition to the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act as it is currently written. This bill lays the groundwork for a bloated Pentagon budget that would further embolden President Trump's reckless and illegal war against Iran. It represents a huge increase in taxpayer-funded and debt-financed Pentagon spending at a time when families across the country are struggling to afford groceries, rent, gas, and other necessities. And this bill authorizes this whopping increase in funds for the U.S. military, despite the fact that the Department of Defense has never, and I mean never, passed a clean audit. And when we dig deeper into the bill, there are several other new significant provisions that haven't gotten much attention, but they should. One of them, Madam President, would mandate the establishment of a new United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. It's a provision which essentially orders the President, orders the executive branch to expand our technology sharing and defense cooperation with the government of Israel. The other new provision would mandate that the President expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel, and at the same time constrain the President's ability to limit such intelligence sharing with the government of Israel. Now, I want my colleagues to think about that for a minute. Even when the government of Israel may be taking actions that are inconsistent with our interests or values, whether that's now or sometime in the future, this provision requires that the U.S. government share intelligence information with them. Now, why in the hell would the United States Congress mandate more cooperation with the government of Israel at a time we cannot even get accountability and justice for 9 American citizens who have been killed by Israeli settlers or security forces in the occupied West Bank over the last 4 years? We've been seeking accountability in these killings year after year. No results. And why would we mandate this cooperation intelligence sharing when a 20-year-old American citizen student, Sama Safi, is being imprisoned by the Israeli government on trumped-up political charges as we speak, as we gather here? She has spoken about the abusive conditions she's faced during that imprisonment. And why would we mandate greater engagement with the government of Israel while the Israeli Minister of Defense, Katz, boasts about leveling 90% of the homes in southern Lebanon and says the plan is to do in southern Lebanon what Israeli forces did with American weapons in Rafah, which is a city in southern Gaza that was reduced to rubble? And why would we mandate this increased cooperation in defense and intelligence sharing at a time when violent settlers are running rampant on the West Bank, destroying Palestinian lands, pushing people off of their land, and often with the complicity of the IDF? Why would we be doing these things? The Senate should fully debate and vote on these new proposals before we mandate such major changes in policy. In other words, we, the Senate, should demand transparency and accountability from ourselves, from senators. Let's debate and vote on these provisions and see where senators stand. And these provisions are just part of the problem with this deeply flawed bill. This bill allows the Pentagon and military contractors to gorge at taxpayer expense, at the expense of my constituents and people all over this country. This bill would authorize a $1.15 trillion national defense budget, which is an almost 30% increase from the fiscal year 26 enacted level. In other words, the current level of funding. And President Trump is calling for even more. This authorization would increase that funding over current balances by $500 billion. But as we speak, the House is talking about moving forward with another $350 billion as part of another reconciliation bill. And then on top of that, Madam President, the Trump administration is asking for another $87 billion in supplemental funding to pay for their disastrous war against Iran. And let's not forget that the Pentagon got an additional plus-up of $152 billion from President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, which was beautiful if you were a billionaire, but not for anybody else, back in 2025. If Congress were to appropriate all of these funds, it would exceed $1.7 trillion, paid for by American taxpayers and financed on our national credit card, again, ultimately paid for by our taxpayers. So how can we possibly move forward with this huge expansion of taxpayer funds for the Pentagon's adventures overseas when the American people are struggling right now, paycheck to paycheck, here at home? I talk to my constituents. I know my colleagues do too. Our fellow Americans are fed up, and rightly so, with inflation, with the high costs of groceries, exploding healthcare costs, rising housing prices, and huge electric bills as we see more and more data centers being built. And as Americans suffer amid an affordability crisis, this bill, the bill that will be voted on tomorrow in terms of cloture, on the motion to proceed, would instead authorize wasteful spending for things like what? Like the president's so-called Golden Dome, which the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, found could cost $1.2 trillion over 20 years, as well as a list of other very costly projects. On top of that, as I said, the Pentagon consistently fails to pass an audit. In fact, just last December, it again failed to pass an audit. And so into this organization that can't pass an audit, the bill that we will be moving on would add trillions of dollars into that system that can't account for the money that it already has. Madam President, we would not tolerate such a lack of transparency and good governance in any other federal agency. And yet this bill rewards those failings at the Pentagon instead of fixing them. Fiscal mismanagement at the Department of Defense is a longstanding problem, but the Trump administration has made things worse. President Trump and his family have engaged with the Defense Department in ways that raise serious questions about self-dealing and misuse of public office. We have seen this administration repeatedly award major Defense Department contracts to companies soon after those companies established ties with members of the president's family. Just take a look at a headline from the Washington Post today. It reads, quote, "Trump's sons invest heavily in defense tech as father's administration pours money in," unquote. So on top of a bloated Pentagon, we now have this very real issue of self-dealing. Madam President, the reality is that bloated Defense Department budget is not going to make us any safer. It will enrich private corporate interests while deepening our budget deficits. At the same time, it's going to deliver a blank check for Donald Trump's illegal war in the Middle East. And I have said again and again, I will not vote to provide one dime for that illegal war in Iran. Granting this request for this huge increase would be a de facto authorization of this reckless war. Our colleagues have refused to have an up or down vote on an authorization to use military force in Iran. We haven't had that vote, but if we vote in favor of these trillions of dollars for the Defense Department, in my view, that's a de facto authorization, a de facto green light for this war, and I will not support it. Over 4 months ago, President Trump, together with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, launched this war against Iran. President Trump did so without congressional authorization, and the American people have already paid too high a price for this disaster. And this from a president who said he was going to keep us out of wars, said he was going to focus on lowering costs right here at home. As we can see, he's done the opposite. Started a war, prices are going up. And this is a war that has already cost the lives of 14 American service members. Hundreds more have been wounded. An American Tomahawk missile strike killed more than 150 Iranians in Minab, most of them children. And months later, while the U.S. military's investigation has reportedly been completed, it has not been released to the public, leaving questions about that strike unanswered, even as we consider legislation to provide trillions of dollars more to the Defense Department. On top of those killings of school kids, thousands of other civilians have been killed and injured across Iran and the region. Thousands more have been killed in Lebanon. 30 civilians have been killed in Israel. All these lives lost, and for what? Estimates show that this war has already cost the American people, consumers, and taxpayers about $132 billion. And the amount is growing by the day. It's a strategic blunder of huge proportions. And then we thought we were finally on the way to ending this war when the MOU between the United States and Iran was signed in June. At that time, I said on this floor that I wanted peace to prevail, and I hoped that the deal would become the foundation for a broader diplomatic settlement. That's looking less and less likely by the day, as the U.S. and Iran continue to ramp up the tempo of strikes. And now, President Trump says the United States will take control of the Strait of Hormuz, reimpose the blockade on Iran, and charge a 20% toll on shipping. CENTCOM said in a statement over the weekend that they struck 140 targets in Iran on Saturday alone. Iran has said the strait is closed and continues to attack ships. Everything points to renewed war, a war that was a disaster from the start. Madam President, I hope that President Trump would have learned something from this needless tragedy, that military adventurism, the promises of quick victory, the fantasies of regime change, and the endless effort to undermine diplomacy led us directly to this disaster. But apparently he has not learned from those mistakes. But we, the United States Senate, we should not add more fuel to those mistakes with this defense authorization bill. When you've dug yourself into a hole, the first thing you should do is stop digging. Beyond Iran, this bill also has no guardrails on the Trump administration's overreach on war-making and warmongering anywhere else in the world. It does nothing to restrain the strikes in the Caribbean that have murdered people on the high seas, or the grabbing of Venezuelan oil, or any adventure the president may dream about in Greenland, or the ongoing humanitarian disaster being visited on the people of Cuba. It does nothing to constrain the president in those areas. Nothing to prevent the use of those monies that are authorized for any of those purposes or anything else. Madam President, when Congress fails to exercise its constitutional responsibility, we leave the American people with wars that are easy to start, difficult to end, and driven by agendas that may not serve our national interests. It was just a few weeks into the Iran war that Prime Minister Netanyahu said, and I quote, "We are also bringing to this campaign the assistance to the United States, my friend, U.S. President Donald Trump, and the U.S. military. This coalition of forces allows us to do what I have yearned to do for 40 years," said Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Yep, for 40 years, 4 decades, Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted this war. And he finally found an American president who was stupid enough and reckless enough to do it with him. That broader context is important when considering some of the new provisions in this NDAA that I mentioned earlier. They don't exist in isolation. They don't exist in a vacuum. They are part of the same pattern, one that would further tie the United States to the agenda of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the government of Israel, at precisely the moment that Congress should be reclaiming its constitutional role, not surrendering more of it. The first provision, Section 1217, would mandate the creation of a United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. This would require, the expansion and acceleration of the U.S.-Israel defense relationship, including technology sharing, co-production of weapon systems, and bilateral research and development across sensitive domains like biotechnology, autonomous systems, artificial intelligence, and cyber warfare. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has openly stated that this initiative, it was his idea. In a letter to Congresswoman Stutzman, who led a resolution calling for a similar effort to Section 1217 in the House, Prime Minister Netanyahu wrote, and I quote, "I was glad to receive your proposed congressional resolution endorsing my plan to shift the framework of U.S.-Israel defense cooperation from aid to partnership." That's the way he put it. Just this weekend, Prime Minister Netanyahu acknowledged on Fox News that this was about merging and meshing Israel's military procurement with that of the United States. Again, he said, yeah, I'm calling it from aid to partnership. Madam President, if the United States and Israel were to sign additional co-production and technology sharing agreements as envisioned by this provision, they would threaten U.S. national security interests by handing the Netanyahu government leverage over American weapon systems and military technology. And this is not a hypothetical statement. The Netanyahu government has already leveraged its existing co-production agreement with the United States on missile defense to block American Iron Dome batteries paid for 100% by U.S. taxpayers from reaching Ukraine, directly against our own national security interests. In fact, in late June 2023, Senator Lindsey Graham and I sent a letter to the chair and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee asking that this issue be addressed and that Israel work with the United States to assist Ukraine, specifically referencing the American Iron Dome batteries we would have liked to transfer to Ukraine. In fact, the Ukrainian government had specifically asked for the Iron Dome system to help with its air defenses. They were not asking for Israel to send its Iron Dome batteries. We were talking about Iron Dome batteries in the United States, co-produced between the United States and Israel. And they were ready to go. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to introduce the one-page letter Senator Graham and I sent to Chairman Reid and Ranking Member Wicker in June 2023.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. What you will see is at the end of the day, the government of Israel, the Netanyahu government, exercised its veto authority under the co-production agreement, preventing the United States from sending our own Iron Dome batteries to Ukraine to help Ukraine with its air defense system. And now in this NDA bill that we're about to consider in the United States Senate, there's a provision requiring the United States government to do more co-production arrangements with the Netanyahu government and the future governments of Israel? Give me a break. The second provision that I mentioned earlier, Section 622 of the fiscal year 27 Intelligence Authorization Act, mandates, and I'd say mandates, that the United States government, the executive branch, quote, expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel, end quote. It also states that intelligence sharing with Israel, quote, shall not be suspended, reduced, or otherwise materially limited, unquote. The intent of this provision is clear: to not only enhance intelligence sharing with Israel, but also to block the president from limiting such intelligence sharing. Now, colleagues, anytime the United States government wants to or chooses to, of course we can share intelligence with the government of Israel or any other government we choose for our own interests. Why would we hardwire into the law a requirement that that intelligence be shared with Israel or any other country? And there's a peculiar procedural wrinkle here I want to mention. This provision isn't in the text of the NDA yet. As I said, it sits in the Fiscal Year Intelligence Authorization Act that passed the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. But as my colleagues know, that bill typically gets added to the NDAA right here on the floor of the Senate before final passage, meaning that the Senate may be asked to adopt this provision that hardwires and requires U.S. intelligence sharing with the government of Israel with no real debate. And that should concern us all, especially since, according to public reports, this administration recently raised the counterintelligence threat level from the government of Israel to its highest level. At the same time, this Senate is talking about adopting a provision mandating intelligence sharing. As I said, any president can share intelligence at their discretion. But this requires it, and we should not be forcing this administration or any other administration to share U.S. intelligence with the government of Israel or any other government for that matter. This is also happening, as I said, at a time when we're seeing accelerated violence and expansion of settlements on the West Bank. We've heard outrageous statements from Finance Minister Smotrich and from Ben-Gvir, who controls many of Israel's security forces. It's simply not in our interests to mandate that the United States government enter into co-production agreements with the Netanyahu government or any government of Israel. You can always do this on a case-by-case basis, as we did with the Iron Dome, and not require by law that we do it in a whole range of other areas. And as I said, this bill also comes before us with a huge proposed increase in funds for the Pentagon, which continues to fail to pass a budget audit. And at a time when it appears that the President of the United States is again ramping up the war against Iran, an unauthorized war. And so I urge my colleagues that when we consider the motion to proceed tomorrow, specifically the motion for cloture on the motion to proceed, the vote on the cloture for the motion to proceed, that we oppose that and then come together as senators and say to the American people, we're going to ensure accountability. We're going to ensure that when that bill comes to the floor of the Senate, we will have votes on all of these issues. We'll have a vote to bring down the huge bloated number for military spending in the NDA. We'll have a vote to require some accountability with respect to military operations. And we'll have a vote with respect to these new provisions that currently mandate intelligence sharing and mandate defense procurement cooperation with the Netanyahu government and future governments of Israel. I hope we will show the American people that we believe in transparency and accountability by having those votes, but to do so, we have to first vote against the cloture motion on the motion to proceed. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. I yield my remainder time to my friend and colleague, the Senator from Vermont, Senator Welch.
President,
Senator from Vermont.
I thank my colleague, the Senator from Maryland, for leading this discussion on what is an absolutely critical decision that this United States Senate is going to have to make. One of the most important things we do is pass the National Defense Authorization Act. That is the moment where, through the committee process and the floor debate, America lays out a pathway to secure the defense of this country against all threats. Extraordinarily important piece of legislation that sets the course for a year. Mr. President, this national defense authorization fails to address the critical question that is before this country right now, and that is the war in Iran. It fails to address the changing nature of warfare by spending $500 billion more on weapon systems that are the weapon systems of yesterday. Third, and this is a point my colleague has been making, and I'm going to talk about it very immediately, it outsources to another country those decisions on intelligence sharing and weapons production that should only be made by our country. Fourth, it commits the taxpayers of this country to the obligation of another $500 billion with absolutely no outline of how we're going to pay for it. And this on top of a deficit that is the highest we've ever had in this country. So let me talk about these one by one. First of all, it is absolutely catastrophic what is going on in the Middle East to our economy. We are in a war that was decided by the President of the United States unilaterally to enter into that war. It was done with the expectation that B-1 bombers would be able to blast their way into victory. And it was done without an appreciation or awareness that once the extraordinary power of the U.S. military was applied with weapons that are only ours to deploy, the asymmetric response by the Iranians allowed them to close the Strait of Hormuz, which to this day is not open to the passage of ships. That is having an incredible impact on our economy, on our farmers, on our manufacturers, on the grocery prices, and there's no end in sight. And the fact that we're going to have a debate about authorizing a $1.5 trillion defense budget without having any discussion about what is driving the cost or what is the major defense threat right now, and that is this ongoing war in Iran, is not acceptable. We have the obligation to debate that. And many of my colleagues have indicated already by their votes that they oppose the authorization of warfare in Iran. This NDAA bill comes before us as though that is not even going on. That's wrong. We have an obligation to debate that, and we have an obligation to vote on it. But second, there are provisions in this bill that do outsource fundamental responsibilities and obligations of our military and our national security organizations and our president to make decisions on the basis of what is in our national interest and what is required for national security. My colleague mentioned them. There's provisions in this bill that create a legal obligation for the United States to do information and intelligence sharing with another government and to enter into joint production agreements with another government. When it comes to sharing intelligence, I want our generals, I want our national security officials, I want our president, our chief executive and commander-in-chief, to have unfettered discretion to make those decisions about with whom we share information, what information we share, and under what circumstances, to be our decision in our decision alone. And of course, our military and our national security organizations work very hard to have cooperative relationships with neighboring countries or with fellow countries that are aligned with us on interests. And that can include Israel, as it has at times. But we've never, ever had an obligation to relinquish the exclusive right of decision-making that has to fundamentally be made on the best interest of what is in the national security interest of the people of this country. We cannot relinquish that right and that responsibility. So this provision that the President, acting through the Director of National Intelligence, as necessary, the Secretary of Defense, shall, subject to applicable law and the protection of intelligence sources and methods, expand and enhance intelligence sharing with the government of Israel. My concern here is less the government of Israel. It's about the national security interests of this country and the unfettered right of our military, national security, and president to make decisions on behalf of the American people and exclusively for what is in the best interest of the national security of this country. That provision has no place in this national defense authorization. A third point I want to make is that what we've seen with the extraordinary conflicts in Ukraine, in Iran, in Lebanon, is that the old weapon systems that are so expensive don't win the victories. The drone warfare in Ukraine has allowed them, through their ingenuity, to turn the tide on Russia. The B-1 bombers, the exquisite weapon systems that cost so much money, are not winning the conflict in Iran for the United States. And we're seeing these situations where there'll be a $35,000 drone that is taken out by a $1 million missile. And all of us know that is not a sustainable situation. Our Pentagon knows that. But in the rush to make the adjustment, and I know that people in the Pentagon are trying to make that adjustment, you don't make that adjustment by suddenly coming up with $500 billion where you don't have a plan, you don't have a strategy, and you end up throwing money at a problem without a plan on how to solve the problem. So I've gone through three things here. One, an NDAA that acts as though the war in Iran is not a war that is having an impact on the American people. Number two, outsourcing absolutely critical decisions about intelligence sharing and weapon production sharing that have to be the sole prerogative of the United States, our military, our national security community, and our president. And then third, the failure to have a coherent plan about the extraordinary adjustments that have to be made in the design of weapon systems of the future. And the fourth point I want to make, Mr. President, and I know this is a topic of great concern to you, how are we going to pay for this? We're adding $500 billion to the deficit, and there's literally no discussion about how we're going to pay for it. You know, we have a debate in this body about how to spend money, what the priorities should be. And I'll acknowledge that I am on the side of spending more money on domestic efforts. I do think we should help our farmers more. I do believe we should put more into education. I do believe we should put more into scientific research. But when I say we should do that, I'm also willing to pay for it. And I do believe we have to have a strong military. But we have to pay for that too. And what we have seen in this Congress is that the folks who want to put more money into the military, they may be willing to pay for it by cutting scientific research, by cutting education, by cutting nutrition benefits to the millions of Americans who are struggling to feed their kids and can't do it without the SNAP program. So, Mr. President, there's a lot of good work that's been done by our committee on a bipartisan basis with many of the provisions, policy provisions in this NDAA Act. But we cannot act on the NDAA in a responsible way if, number one, we don't address the war. Number two, we don't absolutely insist on defense and intelligence and production decisions being the sole prerogative of this country and not delegate authority to any other country to interfere with what we believe is in our national security interest. Third, we need a coherent plan to have a production system that focuses on weapons of the future and not legacy weapons of the past that are revered by the defense industrial complex but not effective on the battlefield. And fourth, we have to come to a reckoning that whether it comes to national defense or even domestic programs, they don't pay for themselves. And we've got to step up and accept that responsibility that for far too long we have been ignoring. Mr. President, I yield back.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Arthur Robert Jones of Texas to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Texas.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Bozeman, Crapo, Fisher, Husted, Marshall, McCormick, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Kane, Schatz, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kim, No. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst. Aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden. No. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn. Aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla. No. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Bud. Mr. Bud. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. No. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. No. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks. No. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. No. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 44. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, to move to proceed to legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 779.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Jeffrey T. Kuntz of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jeffrey T. Kuntz of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that reading the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there are 4 bills at the desk, and I ask for their first reading in block.
The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the first time.
S 4952, a bill to combat fraud in federal programs and for other purposes. H.R. 2347, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and so forth. H.R. 5334, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and so forth and for other purposes. H.R. 8469, an act making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2027, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I now ask for a second reading, and I object to my own request, all in block.
The objection is heard. The bills will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to consideration of S.Res. 801 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 801, honoring the life and legacy of the Honorable Lindsey Graham, a senator from the state of South Carolina.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous...
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the motion.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, July 14th, following the prayer and pledge. The journal proceedings be approved to date. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the Swartz nomination post-cloture. Further, 12 noon, the Senate execute the order of June the 24th in relation to the Swartz nomination. Following disposition of the Swartz nomination, the Senate recess until 2:15 p.m. Further, when the Senate reconvenes at 2:15 p.m., the Senate resume legislative session. And finally, the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed to S. 4784 ripen at 2:40 p.m.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for the information of my colleagues, at 2:30 p.m., the Senate will swear in the Senator designee, Darlene Graham, and following her swearing in, vote on cloture on the motion to proceed to calendar number 436, S. 4784, FY 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned on the provisions of S.Res. 801 following the remarks of Senators Coons and Langford.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, a lot of words have been said today about our colleague Lindsey Graham and his passing. As you know well, where my desk sits, I literally sit and stand directly behind Lindsey's chair, where right now there's a black drape and white roses, where he should be today, but he's not. We miss our colleague. We miss his humor, we miss his ideas, we miss his insight on a lot of things. His passion for Israel, his passion for national defense, his passion for the life of the unborn, his passion for this body and for our nation and for South Carolina. But as much as we miss him here, we also understand full well there's a lot of grieving in South Carolina, and especially with his family and with Darlene, who will be here tomorrow, being sworn into this body as she takes her seat, literally sitting in the same chair that he was sitting in 2 weeks ago. So, Mr. President, I thought it'd be appropriate that we do more than just talk about him. Many of us have actually shared, we're praying for his family, we're praying for his staff, and we're praying for the folks around him. So I thought it'd be appropriate here in this body that we don't just talk about him, that we actually fulfill the words that are on the wall in our building where it says, "In God we trust," and just to take a moment to just express that. So, Mr. President, I'm going to take just a moment to be able to pray for Lindsey's family. Father, I do ask that you would help Darlene and help the whole family right now as they grieve and struggle through this. The 10 million emotions that she has to feel right now, both with the loss of her brother and with the responsibility of coming to this body to hold this spot for months. Pray that you give her the strength that she needs, the insight that she'll need in the days ahead, and that you would comfort her as she grieves. For all of Lindsey's family, so many friends, for his staff, God, we ask that you would fulfill what your word says in Psalm 34:18, where it says that you are near to the brokenhearted and you save those who are crushed in spirit. We count on that today, Father, because this body will need your help. Lindsey's family needs your nearness. People of South Carolina and so many friends will need that. So, Father, help us as we grieve, and help us to be able to honor you in the days ahead. God, I'm grateful that you are the one who cares for each of us and that you can be trusted every day. So we are grateful for that. So help us, guide us in the days ahead to do things well and to be able to honor you in our work. That's what we ask in the name of Jesus. Amen. Mr. President, I remember the first week that I came into this body, Lindsey caught me just in a random conversation. And he said, "You and I are the only Southern Baptists that are in the Senate now." And he smiled at me and said, "You should probably talk about that more than I do." And I've never forgotten that whole conversation. That was just classic Lindsey. He's a person that loved this body, he loved the country, he loved the people of South Carolina, and it showed. And as we grieve, I pray that we grieve together and that we go again and again and again to the source that hears our grieving and that meets us in our pain. With that, I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that proceedings under the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about my friend and colleague, Lindsey Olin Graham. Now, some watching might be surprised that I would describe Lindsey Graham as my friend. But those who know me and know the 16 years I've spent here know that Lindsey and I traveled the world together, legislated together, served together, fought for our nation together. We had our ups and downs. We certainly had our disagreements. And I will tell a few quick stories, if I might, in his memory. There was a moment during the Kavanaugh hearings that was one of the most tense and ugly and difficult we had together on judiciary. And it was also the time when we were working together on the bill that funds the State Department and foreign aid. And he and I had worked together to create an outside organization to support U.S. foreign aid. And he arrived first and spoke, and I had waited for him to leave for me to come and speak, because we were having one of our moments. And I could see as I stood up to speak that he was waiting. He was born the same day as my older brother, July 9th. And I said to that room, it may surprise a room full of people in Washington that I can love Lindsey Graham and want to throttle Lindsey Graham in the same minute, in the same day. But that's Lindsey. We served on judiciary together. We served on foreign relations together. We served on appropriations together. He could make up his mind like that. He'd commit to doing something and he'd stick with it. And he had some core commitments and passions that were a through line for the entire time we served together. I first got to know Lindsey best through our mutual friend, John McCain. Senator McCain kept trying and trying to get me to travel with him to the Munich Security Conference. And on that very first trip, Lindsey was, of course, also along. And in meeting after meeting with leaders from around the world, hearing his insights, his humor, and his powerful commitment to the fight for freedom inspired me. He and I also traveled all over Africa and the Middle East. And over many years, we did a lot of good together. We wrote and shaped and passed some of the most important bills I've had the honor of working on while here. And when I woke up Saturday morning shocked to hear that he had died abruptly the night before, I thought back to the dinner we had just had together in Ankara, Turkey, at the NATO summit. Providentially, it was our first really good, warm dinner together in a while. And it was a chance for me to see the Lindsey I knew best from years gone by. He is a fierce and tireless advocate for the Ukrainian cause, for Volodymyr Zelensky, and for the fight for freedom currently unfolding in Eastern Europe. And he had had a fabulous day. Zelensky's meeting with President Trump had gone well. Trump had pledged to let Zelensky and the Ukrainians license our critical PAC-3 Patriot interceptors. And Trump had told him he would at long last let us take up and pass in the Senate a bill to impose greater costs and sanctions on the buyers of Russian oil and gas. He was on cloud nine. And we celebrated his birthday, which was the next day, together. One of the things we talked about, as we often did, was how neither one of us could believe we were here. I was in a tough car accident a few days earlier in Lewis, Delaware, where a pickup truck came across the center line and totaled the car I was in. And I and everybody else involved in what was a 5-car pileup walked away unscratched. And as we were walking back to the hotel, he put his arm around me and he said, I hope you're going to stick with this because we've got a lot more good to do. I had no idea that'd be the last time we'd speak. Born in the town of Central South Carolina, raised by a couple who owned a bar and a restaurant, he was the first in his family to go to college. Orphaned at a young age, he was dedicated to caring for his younger sister, Darlene, who we will soon have join us here in the U.S. Senate. And when he found here in the Senate his and mentor and role model, John McCain, in many ways, he found his life's purpose.